Welcome to this track. My name is Christopher Carlsberg, and I will shortly present the speakers who will hold 10-minute presentations each about their projects. The time slots are tight, so I will directly invite the first speaker, who has already taken the floor. Very welcome, Hjertén.
Thank you.
At IVA, the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences, who will give you a brief about the project Cybersecurity for Increased Competitiveness. Please.
Thank you. Nice to see many of you here, many known faces, as usual, in this cybersecurity work. IVA, as we heard, the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences, is an independent academy among other academies in Sweden. We consist of about 1,300 elected fellows, 250 member companies from both, and the fellows are from academia, business, policy and public sector, so it's a mix crossover the different fields. IVA's mission is to make a positive contribution to society through technical and economic science and to develop both society and the business. At any given moment, out of this network of people, we run so-called IVA projects, and this project is one of those. An IVA project is normally a 2-year structured discussion process, and we started this project in 2021. And we will continue working until this summer. We presented our main report with some suggestions how Swedish cybersecurity ability can hopefully be strengthened in October last year. So my main points today will be some examples of these suggestions. I also stand out in the corner of the hall where we have a couple of paper reports, and the report is also available at iva.se, of course. We have financing from mainly Vinnova, but a large group of other funders that makes this project possible. It's a budget about 5 million Swedish crowns. And the steering committee, a rather knowledgeable group of people, the chair is Håkan Buske, previously from Saab, now at FAM in the Wallenberg sphere, and a couple of other well-known experts and names. I already saw Staffan Truvé here today. I don't know if you are sitting here. And of course, Patrik Feldström, Pontus Jonsson, who is involved in the cyber campus that we heard from Shahid earlier, and so on. Also, we have a political reference group, one person from each political party in the parliament. Especially great to have Paul Jonsson, who now is defense minister. And we'll hear Oskar Bolin later today also. And then about 40 other specialists divided into 3 working groups that have been working during these 1.5 years to develop this analysis and suggestions. So the main discussion in the work has been around 4 themes. You can see them on the slide. Cybersecurity is an undervalued strategic factor for competitiveness. And then we mean both competitiveness in the classical market way with the companies and the business world, but also the society competitiveness. Sweden has to, as Tommy said earlier, be a strong, innovative nation. We want to be an attractive partner for collaboration in both research and innovation and other fields. And in that society perspective, we also have tools like public procurement, of course, internal connections between business and research and agencies and so on. So it's sort of 2 different dimensions there when we talk competitiveness. Sweden is not adequately equipped to meet cyber threats. That is, if you look into the details that we write about and that we discussed in the project, it's about political governance that can be strengthened. I heard some rumors that maybe Carl-Oskar Bolin, the Minister for Civil Defense, will talk about today, I hope. This link between cybersecurity and information security and competitiveness. needs to be strengthened, closer collaboration between business, research, and the public sector. We also had looked a little bit on other countries. Strong nations are Norway, UK, France. We heard Switzerland, Germany, when it comes to cyber campuses. And of course, there is a lot to learn. Many of these countries have strong national cybersecurity centers that are the national natural authority. We also have a national cybersecurity center since a couple of years ago, but it's not yet the strong national way to go. We have many agencies that sort of have this responsibility together. So we believe that this needs to be a bit more focused. And the suggestions in 5 key areas. And the first one is on this level of improving governance at the national level, where we suggest from this project that Sweden needs a security council within the Prime Minister's office. Now recently, because this is a moving field, things happen while we talk. We have a dedicated national security coordinator, Henrik Landerholm, who will actually start to, it's not only cybersecurity, it's a wider scope, but hopefully that can also cover some of these ideas that we present here. The cooperation between different sectors and parties, especially between the business, näringslivet, and the public agencies and the public sector. A lot of things are done, many have responsibilities, but we believe by talking to people that this also can be even more efficient. Establish some kind of natural platform for this kind of communication, and maybe also gather the available resources and make even stronger communication there. It's also about incitements. Private companies that have cybersecurity incidents have some there are regulations that you have to report to the agencies, but what do you get back? So understand these mechanisms is important. To strengthen the operational capacity of organizations, large companies, as we heard from Ericsson, Saab, of course, and others like that, they have resources and knowledge and own research, so they know a lot and have ability to act. But small companies, medium-sized companies, maybe local municipalities. We saw colleagues, we saw, it happens incidents all the time with the smaller actors that don't have resources. We believe that we can establish some kind of norm or standard within cybersecurity. Of course, there is a lot of guidance material and initiatives taken, but that is also, there are potential to collect that and make it even more available, to make it easy to do the right thing, even for the smaller and not so resourceful actors. Of course, we support the initiative with the cyber campus that Shahid presented, so I don't have to say so much more about that. And then the last point there, mobilizing resources, we have 3 rather concrete suggestions. One is to establish a national strategy or a regime around training and testing. We heard about the ranges, and Stuart Kowalski, I understand, comes to RISE now also. But what do we get out from these testing and practice activities? Sometimes people are proud that they finalized their test, but it has to reach further, and maybe some initiative to get more efficiency out of these activities. Pool of resources, volunteer people, difficult because it's security, but we know that the defense organization gave some instructions to one of the volunteer organizations, the radio organization, FRO, to actually strengthen and develop the cybersecurity field. It will be interesting to hear what they do of that. And the last one, bug bounty programs, incentivized, you pay white hackers or ethical hackers to help find vulnerabilities in your systems. Many private companies in Sweden do that, but not so many public agencies and in the official sector. We know in France, in Switzerland, in Canada, in Finland, also the public sector do this. So we will actually arrange a small roundtable discussion later this spring to try to see, could that be a possibility also for the Swedish public sector? So during the spring, we finalized the project by doing that kind of implementation activities. We will do a study visit to Asta Zero test facility in Göteborg, Borås. We met with Haverikommissionen to see if they can also go into the realm of cybersecurity. There is nothing in their regulations that stops them. Also a bit more funding and some decision from higher up. You can do some pilots and see if they can help in these incentives to avoid others doing the same mistake or having the same incident. That's the way they work in the transportation. So that was a short description about what this project published in the autumn. And we are standing here in the corner, me and my colleague Staffan from EVA office. So please come and talk to us if you are interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Per. So next up is the project SafeTest. Safety and privacy protection when using test beds remotely with Mikhail Popov at RISE. Very welcome.
Thank you. How do I control the slides? Aha. The poster is not there just yet. It will be. Elsa unfortunately got sick, and I will bring it in the break. This is a Vinnova project, and this project is about scalability. It's the problem is that during the Corona times, so it was not possible to for the customers to come to test beds and to watch live demonstrations. So people started to, there was a need to start demonstrating it at a distance, so over the internet. And the problem, as we figure out, so even when you have your security routines and they exist somewhere, and the reality is slightly different. So, and the regular researcher in test beds, and they use tools they have at hands, not that you are supposed to use. So they, when they get a task to perform a live demonstration, it means a video and also combine it with some data, sensor data in one screen and send it. So, and in some cases, as we discovered, people used YouTube to demonstrate things. So the idea is to have the expectation from the security perspective that the people will follow the routines you have. And so it's what we can call information and cybersecurity centric, but the reality is user centric. So we have the regular and usual researcher in the lab, and the RISE has about 100 test beds plus our partners' test beds, and we have thousands of customers. So, and this situation appears to be quite common. So essentially, the scalability is about how do we deliver or make the people work in the test beds if they would like to demonstrate what they do at a distance. So how they follow the routines. And the goal is simple, so it's to deliver it in the right language, in the right volume, and at the right place. So, and the right language, it means that it's, if it's English, it's English, if it's Swedish, it's Swedish, but also in the language which people working in the field will understand. And this is like, illustration is that about that people who, if we produce security routines, so these people live on one planet, and people work in the field, they kind of come from another planet, and we need to help them to find a common language. So, what we did, we put ourselves in the position of a regular researcher. You know, how they think, how they do. They get a new customer. Sometimes a new customer, say in many cases, but by far not all of them, they have their own routines. You need to use their tools. So this solves the problem. But in many cases, especially with smaller companies, it's not the case. You need to do the otherwise. You need to help them, to explain them, and how they should do. And the first thing you need to do is to understand their needs. And the Lathun, the Easy Guide, we try to collect all our routines we have and reformulate it in a way that the people working in testbeds will understand. And we had 2 external testbeds and 2 testbeds from RISE participate in this project. So in our expectation that this will scale up to more testbeds, to the testbeds we have. So the first thing to do that is to understand the customer. So we have come up with a questionnaire, general questionnaire, asking questions about how they manage the information, what are their security routines, and based on that, you can take a further step. It's difficult to see here, so I made a summary of the topics we have. So the first thing you do, understand the customer, what is their situation, how they manage the data, and what are their security routines. And this will help you to make a decision on an information class. And making an information class decision is critical because this will help you a lot. It will help you to make a decision which tools you need to use. Sometimes it's okay to use Teams. Sometimes you need to use some specific tools, especially for higher security classes. And we try to put it in a language so the people will understand. And specifically for information classifications, we came up with examples, so to make it easier. So we essentially compiled all the documents we had on the security procedures and adapted them for this case, for demonstrating remotely. So the next step, of course, so it's based on, as soon as you have chosen the information class, so you need to choose the technical solutions, and we also try to make it easy, so sometimes it's kind of clearly based on the information class decided, so you can choose, for example, Teams. Or you have your own security solution for higher information classes, so it's also easy to find. There are links in the Easy Guide. So you just click, and you get clear instructions how to do that. The next step, we of course remind the people that they should also follow a safe digital behavior. Some companies have courses, some don't, so we just basically list the basics. An important thing, which was often left out as we figure out, is concerns about customer data. One specifically interesting aspect that people forgot always or often to discuss that what happens with the customer data after the project is finished. Some people suddenly started to remember like, oh, we have old projects and the customer data is still at our servers. And so this is a reminder, essentially, it's a step that the people working in the field, they do not forget to discuss with the customers how to manage the data, the customer data during the project, but also after the project is finished. So, and the last step is the, of course, if you perform the demonstration, still you need to think about the physical security, so that only the correct people have access to the demonstration facilities when you stream it. The last thing is there is a checklist. It was the last thing we produced, which is essentially last line of defense, so that it's mandatory, so you cannot avoid it. So, but it contains all these important steps. So you need to go and do classification, the information classification. If you follow the list, you need to choose the solution, and you need to look at the other aspects, which are important. So, again, right language, right volume, and run place to paste the routines. So if you want to scale up your security routines to the testbeds you have, to the people working in the field. It's important to make this information classification so that it will be easy to implement for the people working in the field, and also to choose the solutions also in easy way so they don't need to look carefully and spend time on looking for the solution. And we shouldn't forget that the same attitude applies to the customer. And it's their data, but often, especially when it comes to smaller companies, so they would appreciate your help. So they often don't know very little about security, data information security. So if you help them, they will appreciate that. And it's always done in, say, in collaboration. So what we, for example, did, yes, so we, if you use for high classes, for example, in open source software, so it's good to make a penetration test. So, and that's what we did. And if you don't have a possibility, so you can come to us at RISE, we will help you. This is a guide. There will be a public version, which will be available soon. It's adapted for general use, so, and free to use. That was it.
Thank you so much, Mikael. So now it's time for Mikael Asplund, Reader or Associate Professor in Computer Science at Lund University. And he will present the project SEAS. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, I
Why
guess.
not?
SEAS, I don't know, yeah.
Well, which is about adaptive security to allow new digital services in the energy sector.
Yes,
Please.
thank you. Okay, so, well, I get some slides, you think? Aha, sorry, okay, aha. Right. Okay, good, good. Okay, yeah, so thank you. Yeah, so this will not just be a presentation, it will also be a Swedish lesson for those who are not fluent in Swedish, because accidentally I realized on the train up that I mixed Swedish and English in these slides, so yeah. No further expense for that. So the project, CS, Sustainable Energy with Adaptive Security, is funded by Vinnova. And basically the reason for having this project, it comes from these kind of problems that fortunately we didn't experience this winter, right? That we got disconnected from the grid and, you know, had to grill our sandwiches on an open fire. We managed, but you know what happens next winter? We don't know, because we're in a very, very troublesome situation, right? At every point in time, the grid has to, the electrical grid has to balance the demand and supply side, right? And of course, we rely on sort of big scale, large scale power generation for this to be feasible. But, you know, there comes a lot of small scale kind of generation with solar, wind, and all these things, but they are not as reliable to provide the sort of stable kind of electricity that we would like to have. But on the other hand, there is actually opportunities by introducing sort of information technology into the grid and making it smarter, right? So if we can do smart control, I cannot point, smart control of both the demand and supply side in the electrical grid, we can actually counter at least some of the bad effects that we get from sort of having an unstable both demand and supply. Basically, so some of the things you can do is doing virtual batteries, so aggregating the consumption. So you can do things like, you know, your electrical vehicles, your heat pumps in your home. You can adapt the consumption of the electricity to when you have plentiful of energy, and you can reduce the load in the system when there's scarcity, right? And you can do the sort of same thing on the power plant side, on the supply side. So you can also adapt those things so that you get a better balance at every point in time. And there's a lot of smart initiatives and ideas for how you can do these kind of modern services for the grid. Unfortunately, when we introduce information technology into systems, we get all kinds of other problems, right? We get the hacker paradise. Because these are highly critical systems, these are things that, if they break, everything breaks, every other thing breaks. These are legacy systems, 30-year-old software and hardware running in these systems. You cannot just patch them, and of course they are running at critical software. You cannot just update the software because you found a bug or a vulnerability. Increasingly, and this is what we're doing in this project, these are being controllable from the cloud because you connect cloud services to these critical systems. And in general, operation technology security is hard. We have 30 years, 40 years of experience in IT security, but in these small embedded devices, there's a lot of difficulties, both organizationally and technically, to protect them. So this project, financed by Vinnova, thank you very much, has 4 partners. Lund University, that's me, we do sort of research. We have a PhD student working within the project. There is a development company called Energiklustret, which are owned by 5 regional energy companies. So they have they basically do the kind of prototyping for these energy companies, looking what are the future solutions out there. Excellent partner in the project. We have RISE, who has extensive experience in risk analysis, and Sectra, who does security monitoring for the energy sector. So it's a really nice consortium working together. We're sort of like half-time, a bit over half-time through the project. So far, we've been working on 2 use cases, sort of developed within the project, or supported by the project. One of them is a virtual battery utilizing these electric vehicles and heat pumps. And there's a company called Emulate that does very clever algorithms for this. And then flexibility trading with wind power, so windmills, with Tekniska Verken. And we've developed a sort of reference model based on this, an architecture for doing this kind of security analysis that we want to do in the project. And done some interviewing and examined current standards for risk management. And done monitoring services for the cloud for this kind of systems. And also started the work with a new adaptive risk method for these kind of systems. And I will say a bit more about that. So in terms of the risk management, we looked at, of course, the literature, both in sort of academia and in the practical sense in the industry. And there is a lot done on risk management for SCADA, okay? There's hundreds of papers. There's people have thought clever things, and we cannot really do much more. But what we've seen is that these new services, when you connect, when you say, for example, I want to do clever trading based on these clever stuff from all these information sources, and I put this in as an engine in the cloud, and I let that control my critical infrastructure, there are risks, okay? So there's an increased complexity with a lot of new digital services and a lot of new dependencies that are introduced that people have no control over. If that breaks, that will lead to this breaking and leading to that breaking. I have no control over that chain. There is an increased pace of change, both in terms of the systems, okay, thank you, 3 minutes, of the systems that are running. I get new protocols, new services, new customers coming in at a higher pace than before, but also the threats, every day there comes new threats, every week I have to adapt. Is my system secure in the current situation? As well as an increased organizational complexity. We focused on the first 2 of them. This is sort of an abstract view of the kind of model we're considering, where you have sort of the traditional kinds of systems with the power grid and the large-scale energy generation services, and then you have the small-scale kind of heat pumps, small solar plants, and electrical vehicles. And they connect to different kinds of both public and private/hybrid clouds. And this is a sort of starting point for doing the risk management. This is a current standard for industrial automation systems, and they have a method for risk management. It is based basically on the old way of thinking about energy grids, and we are sort of trying to make that adapted with cloud, so adding to the standard new cloud zones that are suitable for the kind of situations that we're having, as well as looking at adaptive risk management, because there is no support for that at the moment. And we've actually been inspired in this case by another standard from another domain, which is the automotive domain, where they had the new cybersecurity engineering standard for vehicles. Also looking at some sort of AI-based automated triggering, because that's the idea that you create triggers that allow you to see, here you've done your risk analysis, here is some new things that is happening. You need to start looking at this point in your risk analysis because something changed in your assumptions. And that's basically what we're doing. And we're doing further development on that and evaluation during this spring. That's it. Thanks for listening.
Great, Mikael. Thanks a lot. We will now get a presentation about the project Cybersecurity for Next Generation Factory, SEC for Factory, with Christian Gehrmann at the Faculty of Engineering, Lund University. So SEC for Factory addresses security for next generation production systems with a focus on cloud solutions, digital twins, and cellular connections. So this is a joint project between Lund University and RISE. Welcome.
Thanks a lot. Yes, my name is Christian Gehrmann, professor in computer security at Lund University. And I have the pleasure to present this project, SEC for Factory. It has been running for a while now. It's financed by SSF. Jonas gave a nice presentation of the cybersecurity program that SSF is running. It's fantastic to work under SSF product grant. You have freedom and you have the right possibility to do both the high excellence research and also look at interesting problems that are possible to bring into real usage, and also support for bringing to utilization that I come back to also in this talk. So there are really opportunities in all angles from research and innovation perspective. What I will cover here is a little bit what are we doing, why did we start the project at all, who are the groups that are participating, and then a little bit dig into what we have been doing research-wise in this project, and the next steps we see out of this research. Let me see, it's not moving. What is this project about? It's really about Industry 4.0, but maybe many of you are aware of. That's a concept that came out from Germany some years ago now, from 10 years old topics. And that's a little bit about to looking at the whole transformation we see within the industry now in how you produce production system. Going for a little bit back to what Mikael just presented on the traditional layered production system, where you have a very layered configuration and communications. You try to break up the system, allowing new interfaces, new communications between stakeholders and entities in the system, in that way bringing higher value, optimize productions, and also get more direct connections between customers in the production systems and the real production system and stakeholders responsible for the production system. And a part of that, you move functionality from traditional industry floor control systems, for instance, to cloud-based production systems. And also that gives better performance and lower cost, but that also introduced problems, as you also saw in the previous talk. And that means that you need to find new solutions that do not risk the production's efficiency, but also the security of the systems. And then you also open up the data that you have in production systems to new interfaces, new stakeholders. You allow direct flows from angles that you didn't have before. And that means that you need to protect them in new ways. You need to find new ways to protect the system in order to even allow these new interfaces and information flows in the systems. And that's what we also look upon. And the groups active here are two research groups at Lund University. The group I'm working with, where we are two professors, me and Thomas Johansson, and we are working with security. So it's pure security and cryptography-oriented research. And then we also have the broadband communication group at the same department, looking more into the performance aspects, the controlling aspects of these project goals. Then it's collaboration with a security research group at RISE, and also we had a collaboration with a different group working more with wireless communication at RISE from start, even if that had been dissolved. So these are the entities involved here. And we used to use this slide overview to see how the system looks like. And this is a view of how a production system according to the 4.0 can be visualized. And then you have your actual shop floor entities at the production system, the robots, the production lines, and so on. And then you have new computing facilities more close to the production system, what we often refer to as edge clouds. And then you have remote clouds entities more far away in this system that also is connected. And in between that, both inside and in the lines between and at these sides, we can have different attacks on the system. And we look into different aspects of that. We look into what happens when you move these control entities to the edge and then further on. Can we still keep the same reliance with terms of robustness? How do we secure the functions that we move out to the edge devices and further on to the cloud devices using microservices and so on? How could we prevent potential new denial of service attacks here? What happens if there are new interfaces on the edge or at the cloud? How can we defend against that? If you introduce automatic analytics here to optimize your production entities, that means that there are new AI functionality that could potentially be interfered with. And how could you detect if such interference that we also heard from Andreas Haberfeldt earlier today, this poisoning of artificial intelligence? And then you need to handle the credentials and so on in this system in a secure way. And we have come up with a new, not new concept, there is a quite well-established concept in industrial perspective that's called a digital twin. And we have looked into this concept from a security point of view and looked at how you can utilize it also to actually enhance security. By moving some of the functionality from the physical twin to the digital twin, you can do your security analysis here, and that also means that you can prevent some potential threats, malicious software propagations from this angle, not to happen down to here. We have worked specifically with the container security problem that I come back to, and also the secure deployment and dose prevention. So let me see here. And if we come to the security digital twin, why is that interesting? It's because it can move loads to the external interfaces and we can have better analysis, but it's also possible to improve security by not allowing this propagation, for instance, that I mentioned before. And why is the container security problem interesting that I briefly touched upon? If you see, for instance, Docker today, there are around 60 exploits targeting Docker environment just in the past 5 years, and around 100 exploits targeting the Kubernetes in the same period. And What we have done in this area is we have looked into a concept called mandatory access control. So if you restrict the access you give to a container or a Kubernetes cluster, then the risk that you can utilize this vulnerability decreases to a large extent. And how do we do it? We have two different approaches for reducing this risk. Either you start by deploying your container service, and you run it in a new service that we provide as a new solution, where we have a profile engine that profiles your service together when you run it in a test environment, and outside you get an access control profile in the form of AppArmor, for instance. And this engine we started with developing in this research project. We used then actually patented this core technology that we have for generating these profiles, and we got utilization money from SSF to do so. And what we did then is that we developed a complete pilot for this system and showed together with some key test customers that this is a possible service that you actually can use. And what we then did this past year is that we got general interest for this solution, founded a company, and got seed funding from investor angels of 3 million pounds, just secure just before the end year. And this is now a new startup company with 3 employees building this service as a new commercial solution. And this is just an example of the high value you see in the cybersecurity area. There is a huge interest among investors. There's huge interest outside for the new technologies. And it's possible to get both funding and financing for deploying new innovative solutions here. And we also have another variant for this solution where you're not sending up your profile, but you just send the logs of a service that you run in your own place and then run it in this new company profile generator service called Curities. Let me see here. Then we're also working with DOS prevention. I will not go into the details of that, but it's also worth mentioning here that we have a collaboration out of SSF, going back here, together with Ericsson, where we started with DOS prevention within this SSF project, and then discussed the solution we had with Ericsson, and they saw that this is actually applicable to a function we have in 5G that also will be part of 6G called network function data analytics function that allows you to do resource allocation in mobile network, for instance. And then we said that our work with dose prevention actually applied to this kind of function as well. And when then we started up a new spin-off project out of this project together with Ericsson, where we're currently looking to how to avoid poisoning of analytics function in mobile networks and beyond. And that's a new activity we have started. So I can also mention, we heard before that there was history with collaboration between Ericsson and Lund University regarding algorithm design. And we also had within this project actually done work on a new lightweight cipher that was submitted to NIST and is now among the finalists in the NIST competition, and also a product from Lund University. And the next steps is that we will continue on this path. We will continue both research-wise, we will continue innovative ways, continue with new innovative solutions, trying to bring them into practice, and also collaborating, for instance, with Ericsson and other industry partners with follow-up problems that come out of this project. So with that, I end. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Christian. So last up at this session is Görel Hedin, very welcome, at the Faculty of Engineering, Lund University. And Görel will present the Smarty Project, which is about secure deployment of software updates in the context of smart cities.
Thank you very much. Yes, so our project is focused on what happens when you have the smart city with lots of different devices and software running on these different devices located in many different places, and you need to update the software in a quick and automatic way. for example, you've discovered a new vulnerability, so you need to push this out. And these devices could be, for example, I don't know, lamp posts, traffic lights, bikes, all kinds of things out there. This is joint project between 2 departments at Lund University. It's funded by SSF. Let's see here. So the main goal is then how do we deal with these updates? And we're doing research in various areas related to this overall setting. So one area is vulnerability analysis. So trying to find out or manage how, where are the vulnerabilities, what code needs to be updated, and so on. How should we prioritize things? Device management, how do we actually deal, organize the devices and the software that's on them? How do we program them so that they're easy to update? Network security, using, for example, trusted computing, and also new applications using cryptographic primitives. And we're building demonstrators, and in particular, together with Helsingborg City. So a little bit about our participating partners. So I'm Görel Hedin, I'm the project lead currently. Boris Magnusson is sitting down there. We're from the computer science department, so we have more of a programming language and software architecture background. From the EIT department, we have Paul Stankowski-Wagner. I think he's here, but I haven't seen him. Christian, who you just heard, who has another project. So they're from the security group. So we're sort of merging these different disciplines in the project. Now, last year we had actually some people leaving the project to do things, security work in other places. Let's see. Oops, that's too fast. So Martin Hell, who was previously leading the project, he's now left the university and is at Debricked in industry full-time, working on software vulnerabilities in open source software. Elena Pagnin got a position at Chalmers in the security group there. And Nicola Palladi, I think he's here, but I haven't seen him. He started his own company, CanaryBit. He was a postdoc in the project. So to give you a little bit overview of some selected results in these different areas. In vulnerability analysis, there was one piece of work done here in looking at GitHub issues. So just looking at the text there and trying to find out if this is security related or not, using machine learning techniques. And this was a collaboration with Debricked, so I think they're building further on this now in industry. Another example is that we're working on a new kind of source code analysis based on demand-driven algorithms. So this makes it possible to write client analysis, for example, for vulnerability in a very efficient way. And a recent result here is actually in debugging those new analyses in a way so you can interactively look at source code and look at detailed results in sub-analysis and change the source code and see the new results immediately and so on. Now, the core of the project is perhaps device management for how do we actually program these systems to make them easy to update. And here we have developed a domain-specific language to be able to more easily construct new systems. So the idea here is that you have devices at different locations, different lampposts or whatever. You have service software running on these devices. But this service software is sort of black box components written in any language, and they have an interface here. So they don't really take any initiative to set up connections elsewhere. Instead, we have a domain-specific language where you can script components or compositions that connect these different services and mediate the messages between them. So this way we have a high-level language here, making it easy to analyze the whole architecture of the system. We have deployed these techniques in a collaboration with Helsingborg City, where we built small applications for bikes. The people working for the municipality there with home care, they are like, you know, going out to hemtjänsten, biking around to different people to help them with daily life, pensioners and so on, or retired people. So they use bikes, and the batteries get stolen all the time. So we made a small application that can check if batteries are stolen. Now, of course, that's just one application, and the application as such is perhaps not the focus here, but the focus is what happens if the software here needs an update. So a vulnerability was found in some open source library, and you need to update the code on running on different bikes or different equipment in the patient's homes or whatever. So we had a demo of this using real bikes at the H22 City Expo in June. And we're continuing working on this. So one of the parts here is to have configuration, so we know exactly what software is run on exactly what devices, and we can update them gradually in a controlled way and automatically and so on, without having to go to each bike and do something. We also have collaboration with a company called Hitachi that make healthcare solutions. And they have similar setups where you have a lot of equipments in different places that you need to coordinate and update the software and so on. Where should I point this so it works? That way? Yeah, okay. Okay, so some results from network security. So that's where we have looked at how you have untrusted components who need to call a trusted enclave inside a computer, and so you use enclaves to separate out so that you can do secure things here. Well, this communication or these calls can be quite expensive, so there's work here on making that more efficient by using a library. So the untrusted code here, instead of calling directly, can call this library, and the library can, for example, batch several calls together or use more faster techniques using shared memory for some kinds of calls. In the application area, an example result here is for more efficient cloud storage. If we have many clients here who store things in the cloud, they all encrypt their stuff. So how can the cloud storage provider then take advantage of that much of this information from different clients is actually the same? Can't do that if it's encrypted. So the idea here is to have a third party that can keep track of different chunks of data and their fingerprints, and that way avoid storing something too many times in the cloud, so you save storage, making it more efficient. Okay, so that was a very quick overview of different things we do in the project that all contribute to smart city and updates. And if you want to know more, we have the poster. We also have a site here where you can go and watch videos of different parts of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Görel, and thank you all for the first session of this track. Now, so it's time for lunch in the exhibition area. There will be different types of wraps, I think, and also a special solution for those who specified specific requirements. So the time to keep in mind is 1:20 when we continue. So 1:20 sharp, we continue with the tracks. So enjoy your lunch. From your welcome back from your lunch. Everything okay with the sound? Now we will continue with another 5 interesting presentations. So, but just some information. After the last presentation at this track, you will quickly need to move to the plenary hall, the auditorium, where the Minister of Civil Defense will hold a speech. So, okay. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Mikael Sjödin to take the floor. Mikael Sjödin is a professor of computer science at Lund University, and he will present the project Serendipity, secure and dependable platforms for autonomy. In this project, the team tries to take a combined approach to cybersecurity, functional safety, and system dependability.
Yes, thank you. Right, so here we have the project name again. What might be missing, but I guess was everybody here understands that we talk about computer platforms. I would also like to say that we're thinking about platform from a design perspective. So we also include requirements, capture, and modeling and validation things. So it's not only the runtime platform that we are working on in this project. The type of systems that we are looking at, I hope you can see it fairly far down here, are autonomous, connected, heterogeneous, time-sensitive, cyber-physical systems, or systems of systems. And you have some examples here on the slide. We are in particular having partners from Volvo Construction Equipment and Saab. And we also have some other companies that have joined us along the ride, but those were part of the initial application. So the background that we have here, in the introduction when it was mentioned, we try to combine functional safety and dependability and security. We are actually a bunch of researchers that have background in dependable systems. Before this project started, we couldn't call ourselves security researchers, really. So we work a lot with redundancy and fault tolerance, self-monitoring, different kind of validation and verification techniques. And we had the hypothesis that we could address security and safety in a uniform manner based on these techniques or features that we have in the dependable systems. In short, you could say that we think that dependability is really the ability to survive unintentional faults. Something happens in the environment, something happens in your equipment, you have a bug or something breaks, you should handle that, then you are a dependable system. Whereas security could be seen as you should be able to handle intentional faults. Someone is causing a fault to your system. You get a denial of service attack or some other type of attack. So while I think when we started this, it was some years ago, this view of seeing things was quite new. I think today more and more people are working along these lines, saying that safety and security are tightly intertwined. But when we started, this was kind of new way of thinking. For those of you who haven't worked in safety critical systems or safety, you could think that if we think about safety and dependability, or at least the safety part of dependability means that a safe system is a system that doesn't cause harm to its environment. It doesn't hurt people, it doesn't break equipment or things like that that are outside of the system. Whereas security can be seen that the system should not be harmed by the environment. So if you have malicious or individuals or attackers in the environment, the system should be robust against that. So we have been doing this project for quite some years now, so I will just shortly go into some of the highlights. We have, of course, a whole bunch of papers, 50, 60, 70 papers, but they are around a few central themes, and some of the highlights, or from a scientific point of view, I will go through 3 of them now. So it's basically on the requirements level, on the design level, and some of the runtime platform parts. So an ontology for safety and security. This might sound, if you haven't worked a lot with sort of requirements capture, you may not know what this is. But I think all here knows some of the keywords here. You have vulnerability, you have attacks, you have threats, you have assets that you want to protect. Most people here that work with security know how these concepts relate to each other. If you have been in the safety environment, safety engineering, then you know about hazards, you know about risks, you know about faults, those kind of concepts and how those relate to each other. But if you try to get these two worlds to get together, then it doesn't become obviously immediately how an attack relates to a threat that could relate to a hazard that could then have some kind of serious event. So we have developed an ontology that help the system designers to figure this out in a structured way. How are these concepts related to each other, both on the sort of ontology level, but then you can have a tool that helps you to relate these concepts when you are doing requirements elicitation for your system. So that's the whole idea, to get, at the end of the day, a nice set of requirements for your system, that if these systems are, the requirements are fulfilled, you should be able to develop both a secure and safe system. And when you do that, you typically would do modeling of your system. Those models can then include both the system that you're developing. They should include the environment that you want to control. And we can also extend these models with models of attackers, different attack vectors and things like that. So then we can take these models and analyze them in the design stage to find potential problems in the model. Maybe we can improve on that and get rid of some of the vulnerabilities in the model, but some may remain. And then we have this runtime thing, which we call a tiny twin, which is basically synthesized from the sort of larger model of attackers, the system and the environment. And the tiny digital twin, it's tiny, so it's not the full model. It monitors the process and tracks, knows sort of the expected behavior or an envelope of the expected behavior, the allowed behavior. And it can listen to input and output from the controller from the plant, and it can also drop faulty commands. If we detect that some command here is due to some potential attack, then we can, for safety reason, drop commands. And even if some commands are sort of allowed, we think that there's some suspicious thing going on, but it's not a safety threat, we can give a report to the system operator that there might be some attack ongoing or things like that. So, yes. And this particular work is presented out here also in a poster with our student Hedin, which is also here in. So you can talk to him more if you want some details on this part later on. There. And then when it comes to the part of the runtime platform that we sort of have highlighted, we have investigated a technique which we call friendly jamming, which is a scenario with wireless communication. And the problem here is if you have someone that listens in on your wireless network, you have an eavesdropper, he could potentially learn about your communication patterns and thus target a denial of service attack to maybe one of the nodes in your system. For instance, by just listening in who communicates with who. You don't need to listen in to what is being said, but you can listen in who communicates to who and when. So we have developed a technique which we call friendly jamming. So you have some guy here that is part of our good guys that sends out jamming signals, which are known to all the guys in our network. So they can filter out the jamming signal. But the idea is that the eavesdropper should not be able to filter out the jamming signal. And that would prevent him to learn about the patterns. We can also actually use this jamming signal to prevent listening this can be a bit tuned, this jamming signal, to sort of both prevent sort of access in time, but also to enhance the security of the communication itself. There. Okay, so that's pretty much all I wanted to say about the key results. We have one ongoing commercialization project or utilization project. This is an SSF project, and those of you who have worked in that, you know that there's a size of the budget that is used for utilization. So we are working with a new startup company called Brighter Gates to develop some of the other stuff that we have into a commercial platform for threat detection and monitoring of anomalous traffic in IoT networks. That's all.
Thank you very much, Mikael. Now I would like to welcome Simin, Nadjm-Tehrani. Nadjm-Tehrani is professor at Linköping University and coordinator of the National RICS Research Center. And RICS stands for Resilient Information and Control Systems.
Thank you. Let me just bring my own slide. Here we are. They asked me to talk about this project. It's gone for 7 years. In 10 minutes. I could talk hours about it, so thank you for coming. I hope I can give you something to take away from here. I have the privilege of leading this center in cybersecurity that MSB finances, and I have 2 talented younger professors, Magnus Almgren, who's not in the room, and from Chalmers, and Mattias Ekstedt from KTH, who's not here today, and parts of their groups collaborating. So what's RICS? It's originally a 5-year project by MSB, which finished in 2020. We got an extension of 3 years, but it's slowly picking up after the pandemic. Magnus hasn't yet recruited a new PhD. And if I have to say something for the academics in the room, maybe we should say that over 95%, I think over 95 publications, 100 publications, 3 universities, 2 PhDs graduated, 2 associate professors, docent. One of them is Magnus, who's here, and another one, Mikael Asplund, you might have heard this morning. And we've had a lot of international collaborations, 3 conferences on security held in Sweden due to our engagement, and lots of master and bachelor students gone into industry. We hope they are contributing already to the work you do. We've had a lot of international collaborations. It doesn't fit in more than, you can't get more than this into one slide. So that was the sort of academic presentation. I'm going to now say something for the others who are not academics. The 3 research pillars, what we call in this project, have been first, we called it data emulation layer, because at the time we thought that we need to understand control systems, information systems that are in the OT environments, SCADA systems. And to do that, we need data, which is not available. So either we have to somehow get hold of such data, or we have to do synthetic data that looks like real data. We ended up with a testbed. I will show you one slide on that. The second pillar is to have methods to prevent attacks. In there, you have things like attack modeling, and you have risk analysis tools. We've worked on various topics in that, and I show you maybe one slide on that. And then there is detection and reaction to attacks. We've had both work at Chalmers and Linköping on that topic. Scientific achievements, if I have to say a few words about each of those pillars. The first one is this testbed that we set up at FOI, and is still being maintained by them. So basically, all of you must probably have heard of Crate, but Crate was an IT environment at the time. When this project started, we built an OT environment on top of Crate. So we have a testbed as an electricity distribution company, if you like. And in that, we can have things like an OT agent who can create scenarios, OT-like, and attack agents and so on. As it comes to the third one, sorry, I start from the third pillar, which was detection. Anomaly detection, we've had work in 2 universities. At Chalmers, we've had one PhD student who finished and worked with some kind of spectrum analysis in order to get process variable data and react if something is wrong. And this is model-free, no specifications or rules about attacks, just detecting anomalies. And in Linköping, I had one PhD student who worked on network traffic data, TCP dumps, but with protocol specific for SCADA. And actually there we are looking at both statistical methods and machine learning methods, and looking only at timing. If you have only timing data and not the packet payload data, can you do any anomaly detection? So at the time, it was kind of new, and of course, she graduated last December, and we've got papers, both Magnus doctorand and my PhD student, we have published in top conferences. In KTH, there was some specific work. This is, again, a selection. They've had specific work on attack modeling, which is building meta-languages for representing SCADA-like systems attacks. And from their finding for a given system description, what are the attack paths and what are the time to compromise to various nodes in this system. Now I'm going to switch to the things which is maybe more interesting for the non-academic stakeholders. We've had a large group of stakeholders. Of course, this virtual RICS AL, what we call it, the virtual network, the testbed, it's been used in Locked Shield. It's been used in many training sessions and environments for what FUI uses it for awareness exercises in the rest of country. This part, if you like, this doesn't show that. No, of course, I'm used to teaching environments. So the left part is basically the Crate stuff, and the right part is the SCADA part. The SCADA part is a real network management from ABB, sitting there with the backend with 3 substations, RTU emulations, and WAN networks. And as you see, I'm so used to showing things not by hand. So the OT bot, the attack bot, and the scenario bot, which will create new scenarios. And we generate data, so we can use the data for testing anomaly detection systems. And of course, it can be available for external researchers, other places to use it. This is basically the a screenshot from this. So it looks like a real environment for a real operator in an OT environment. And 12 attack scenarios have been demonstrated and documented, and yeah, we've got data on it. The Chalmers startup, after the PhD student graduated, he started a startup, OT, Omen Technologies, looking like OT. And it was actually 2021 bought by Clavister, who's present here. And the LEO work was tested in some sense on real utility data, which we collected with you know how it is to get data out of utilities is impossible. So what you do is that you gave them a piece of code. You say, look at this piece of code. If you're prepared to use it in your systems, and give us the timestamps of your packets for 1 month, which is basically what we got. And then we could actually start using this normality data to learn normal models. And then we did the anomaly detection based on that. There is a popular science version of our work on the MSB webpage. If you just Google on MSB or MSB 1701, you get this report. Basically, what you see is that we've had 3 approaches to risk assessment tested in the project. My previous student worked with asset-based risk analysis. Matthias' work was about attacks as a main driver of risk analysis. And recently, the past 2 or 3 years, I worked with University of Cardiff and Airbus Group on another approach to risk analysis, which is service-based. Basically, if you want your service to be delivered, what are all the things the service is dependent on, and how do you build this dependency model so that you can assess what will increase my probability of my service being delivered and what will not do it. And of course, when you want to put your money on where in my network and what do I spend my money on, this is important to know which things will improve your security at the top-level service layer and which ones don't. So you will find something about that in this report, a basic description of it. Matthias' work ended up, a lot of it, in a tool called SecurityCAD, which is in a company Forefuture, recently bought by a major IT company. I'm not sure if I want to inform you on that, because if Matthias here, you would have called you. You could have talked to him and he would have told you. But anyway, this is one of the 2 companies that have been actually resulting from this. Here is a top-level description of the work I did with the University of Cardiff and Airbus. Again, it's an open report on the bottom of the slides. Basically, what we did, we had 36 experts who are from various levels of experience, from 1 year to 40 years in SCADA systems, and from managerial, operation levels, and all the way from managerial to operation and strategic levels. And we got them to tell us what do they think SCADA systems services are dependent on. We got tons of, through this capturing method which we had, tons of primitives, something over 600 primitives in their systems, and we reduced all the duplications and so on. We ended up with a model, if you like, a blueprint, a giant model of 450 such dependencies that could exist in a SCADA model. And then this particular thing, this huge model, is available in a tool, open source, and it can be used for a company who says, okay, I take not all the 451, but I want this subset, a bigger one, a smaller one, whatever, well, not bigger one, I doubt if it's possible, but a smaller one. If I want to build my own model, how do I use this as a starting point in some sense? And we ended up seeing that you have in SCADA systems things which you are dependent on your system architecture, of course, your management, your data, your system lifecycle, your employees, and external dependencies, of course, all these supply chain and third-party things. You've heard lots about them, and we saw them here as well. And these leaves, if you like, are somewhere here, many, many layers, you know, the tree growing in various directions. So that's basically my last slide. And if you want to know who were involved in the work, this is some logos for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Simin. Thanks. So now it's time for the project Forefuture, combining threat intelligence and attack simulation, with Staffan Truvé at Recorded Future. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. And Simin did a great job of doing parts of my presentation, so I can actually spend some time on other parts. See where we are. All these slides. So I'll tell the rest of the story about Forefuture, which Simin didn't tell. So this is a Vinnova-funded project. The partners originally were us, KTH, Swedavia as a use case, and Forefuture, spin-off from KTH, which got acquired by Google. And of course, Google is a big US company. It's very complicated for them to participate in Swedish research projects. So we're actually right now reorganizing the project to do the same things, but without Forefuture instead. And I think it's okay to say that these days. So what's the purpose? Okay, I think it's a well-known truth these days. So let me start with Forefuture. We're a threat intelligence company. We are actually, as we think now at least, the world's largest private company in the intelligence space. We're a Swedish-American company. We're headquartered in Boston from the start, have always been doing all our core R&D. So we're about 140 people in Gothenburg building the products and 1,000 people worldwide. And we started out doing geopolitical threat intelligence, but since about 10 years we moved over to primarily do cyber. And of course, why we do that is that security for millennia has been built this way, including IT security. You take your valuable assets, you put a big wall around it, you try to make the wall as high and thick as possible, and then the security guys run around on the inside to see if someone has breached the wall or if there are bad guys on the inside. So the intelligence approach is, of course, instead to stand on the outside to see, are there people out there who are selling keys to my doors, or are there people selling property, IP or whatever, which comes from the inside clearly? Is there someone in a criminal forum who's asking for help in attacking a certain company? Happens all the time. So by having this external view, both of what your company looks like from the outside and what people are saying about you, you can actually have exactly the same view as the attackers. And I think this is the only way the defenders can actually be slightly ahead of the bad guys, or at least on par with them. So that's what we're doing. And the way we do this is that we surprisingly use the internet to capture information. So if you look at any typical cyber attack today, it leaves traces. Let's say it's a phishing attack. The first trace of that might be someone who registers a type of squat domain to prepare for a phishing attack. And then at some point, they actually register a certificate, and then that site goes live. And all this is information which we can trace. And then, of course, when something happens, you start people talking about maybe first on criminal forums, then on social media, then it hits mainstream news and so on. So we take all this information and we gather it in our knowledge graph, which we call the intelligence graph, which is a decent-sized graph. It's a few 100 billion nodes and thousands of billions of connections between these entities. So if you think of the nodes in the graph, this will be all the IP addresses and domains in the world, a few tens of millions of companies, organizations, locations. So essentially this maps up both the entities, the nouns in the world, if you like, and the ontology connecting them, but also the events. So you will have nodes in the graph corresponding to a documented attack. You'll know who was the attacker, who was the target, what methods did they use, and so on. So it's a nice asset. And really, we think of it as mapping three things. We map the bad guys, so we keep track of several hundred nation-state actors, thousands of criminal cyber groups of different kinds. We keep track of what tools they use, what infrastructure they own, known things they've been doing, and so forth. And then on the sort of the good side, we track today, I think it's about 600,000 companies where we have in details mapped from the outside what we can see of their infrastructure. So we know what domains and IP ranges they have, what tech stack they have, do they have an old version of web server running somewhere? And of course, everyone does. Leaked credentials being sold and so on. And then we keep track of the rest of the internet as well. One good example of what we do is that for example, we have a current list of known command and control IPs. So any given day, we typically have between, let's say, 10 and 25,000 IP addresses, which are known command and control nodes. And we also gather network traffic, so we can actually track live attacks, finding the victims, because they are, of course, on the other side of the communication to one of those C2 nodes. So that's what we do. And then what Forseti and the research group at KTH is still doing is, of course, exactly what Simin was talking about, doing attack simulations, modeling the systems, and then using probabilistic methods to try to decide how fast and in which way an attacker can get into a system. So it's very nice, you can build your little graph. You've all seen this in the previous talk, thank you. And it's all great, except that this is a pretty static view of the world. So what we wanted to do in this project is to see how can we improve these simulations by adding real-time threat intelligence to the simulations. So essentially, today you have some kind of probability distribution saying, with some likelihoods, an attacker after a certain amount of time will have been able to access a part of the system, either the perimeter or some asset deep down in the system. But it's pretty manual and it's, as I said, never up to date. So instead, we simply wanted to take this information and send it in to be able to do real-time simulations. And the data we're looking at, you could say, falls into 3 categories. The first is very basic things like, are there credentials or maybe AWS keys relevant to the system we're simulating, which are floating around. And actually, what's funny, the first thing we did, we took some example graphs which Forefuture had, and we looked at those in Recorded Future, and we found a whole bunch of leaked AWS keys, for example, straight off. So, of course, the likelihood of someone being able to attack a system if they have the keys is pretty high. Similarly, we keep track of CVEs and vulnerabilities, and I think the important thing here is that we don't only have the list of that, we actually have also real-time data about which ones are, first of all, actually weaponized, so actually available in the wild. Also information like, do they require physical access or not? Of course, if it's a cloud-based system, if you don't have physical access, then the vulnerability might not be all that interesting. And the CVSS score and so on doesn't really give a good enough fine-grained view on how risky a CVE is, as we see it. And the third component is for any given company to look at the bigger pictures, given all those threat actors out there, and what they are interested in and what toolbox they have, how likely is it that they would actually be attacking me in particular? And I thought I would explore that a little bit further. So, so what we decided to do was to build a personalized threat map, as we call it. So essentially, for the several thousand threat actors we have, we wanted to build a view like this, where you could see for each threat actor and a specific company, what opportunity do they have? So the opportunity you can think of as the intersection of the toolbox of the bad guys and the weaknesses of the system under attack. And then the intent is based rather on what documented attacks has this actor been doing. Because if you look at it, I mean, these guys are, especially if you look at the criminal actors, they are pretty smart, they're pretty focused. They typically go after maybe a certain industry or a certain geography. Reason being that they want to be efficient. So if you built your phishing toolkit for going after banks in the Baltics, you want to go after every single bank in the Baltics. So this is the idea that you can take this, and of course, like in all charts like this, upper right corner is where you don't want to be. You want to focus your attention to the guys up there. So the way we do this is that we go into our graph. So we take, a very simplified picture here. We take a few attackers. We take a few of the documented targets in attacks. In the cases where they're actually customers of ours, we actually have their whole internal tech stack documented. Otherwise, we only might know about the perimeter surface of it. And then what we do is we augment the graph with information about which industry these guys are in, and which geography, and several other factors, but these are sort of the simple, intuitive examples. Similarly, we go and augment the attackers, so we know for most of them which malware families they're using, their toolbox, so to speak. We know which vulnerabilities these are exploited, and of course, in many cases, we have a mapping from the vulnerability into the documented targets tech stack. And then we can abstract away from those concrete old targets and instead say that, okay, so now we have 3 attackers, these are their intents, and here are their opportunities, if you like. So when we then throw in a new company here to see how that would position itself on the map, essentially what we can do is we can see that in this particular case, these guys are active in an industry and in a geography which is relevant to attacker 1 here. Similarly for attacker 2 here, they're only relevant in the same geography, but they're not in the same industry. And attacker 3 here actually has no connection. There's no known intent, and there is no known capability. So what we do then is, let's see if this is much nicer animation when you don't have the organizers redoing of the slide transitions. Maybe just flip to the end here. So essentially, this is the thing we get. We can get a list for each of these, and then that transforms into the coordinate system, and we can map these guys onto the threat map like this. So this gives you a way to prioritize. And what you can then do is then you can go into a system like Recorded Future and actually get the much more detailed information about a certain threat actor. This allows you now to see exactly which toolboxes they are known to have been using, which C2s are relevant here, which file hashes are related to the malwares they're using, and so on. And this we can then feed into the attack simulation, saying that these are the guys we think are most likely, here are the toolboxes, and given that, we can go in and modify the probabilities for the attack simulation. And I think that's pretty much it. So I think, the bigger picture, we think that automation is key to building any modern security stack, and intelligence is necessary for that. So I think this project is a great example of how you can combine a few different technologies and actually give much, much more relevant real-time information. Thank you.
Thank you, Staffan. So now we invite Luis Barriga from Ericsson and Cheng Yang from AdSec to present the results of their innovation project called CEST. This project has been addressing the challenge on how to show that software is secure without exposing the source code. They call this approach Zero Trust Software Security Assurance.
Next one. Yes. So I'm going to show the results of a project that has been running almost 2 years now. Maybe you have seen the first presentation a year and a half ago. So I'll jump directly to the motivation. And so many of you know that 5G is considered as critical infrastructure in many countries. And as a result of that, the regulators in many countries are writing regulations how to measure the security level of 5G systems that are going to be deployed in such countries. So you can see the countries that are ahead now in this game is India, UK, Germany, European Union, US starting to. Some of them, they want to reinvent the wheel. They don't want to rely on standards, unfortunately. Some of them rely on standards like GSMA, NESA's 3GPP, SCAS, common criteria. So in our project, we are focusing on the software security of assurance. The process of collecting evidence about the security level of 5G systems is called assurance or certification. So if you look in all these specifications, something that you see quite common is that they put requirements how to measure security levels in software. And they say that somebody independently has to check if the source code has vulnerabilities and if it's written properly too. They put requirements on operators, mobile operators, that they have to check that the components that are used in 5G products, none of them is blacklisted or contains vulnerabilities. So that's more or less what they say. There are many requirements, but it's briefly what most of them say. Now, when we looked at these regulations, we noticed that there are trust models, assumed trust models, and they don't talk anything about assets. So the main purpose of the assurance processes is to see if there are vulnerabilities. They don't talk how to protect the assets during the assurance processes. So we decided, let's look at the regulations from a different mindset, and let's use the zero trust principles to analyze these regulations. I know zero trust has a lot of hype, but there is a serious paper from NIST that should tell us more from an engineering point of view what is zero trust. And you can extract the main principles in zero trust. There are two of them. Yes. The first one says about implicit trust. When you design architectures, don't assume implicit trust, because things can go wrong. If you need to trust something, you need to verify that you can trust a node device, for example. No implicit trust. The other principle is talk about assets. If you have assets to protect, don't rely on firewalls or segment protection. You need to secure each asset independently. So these are the main principles in zero trust. They have been applied for architecture, for enterprise networks, for intranets. Even 5G is using the zero trust principles. In 5G, if you compare with previous generations, each node in 5G must have a strong identity. It must have a certificate. It must authenticate. It must have authorization to be able to talk to other nodes. That was not the case in previous generations. So 5G is already following these principles. But this is nice for building architectures. And in our project, we say, can we apply these principles to the assurance processes? Because we notice that there is something fishy in the specifications or the regulations. So this is more a simple model how the regulators that write assurance specifications, they assume that vendors or the complete software supply chain, they must trust whatever they say. Yes, they say, if we as a vendor, our supplier, software supplier, want to deploy 5G systems in India, for example, we have to give away all the source code for the complete 5G to them. We need to trust them implicitly. We need to trust whatever they do in their premises, with the people, with the computers, with the tools. That implicit trust is something that is against the zero trust principles. And nothing in these regulations says about the asset protection, because the focus is collecting evidence about trustworthiness. For us, for software providers, the main asset is the intellectual property in the software. In the regulations, they don't say how to protect it. So we said, can we, for vendors, this is no-go, yes, because many things can go wrong. So in security, you can see it. Software can be stolen in transit, in rest, in usage from RAM, and so on. So can we reapply these principles for assurance? Yes? This no implicit trust and asset protection. In our project, we are proposing maybe this a disruptive way of saying it, but all regulations need to be written with zero trust in mind. So they cannot assume that during the whole processes, we as a vendors or software suppliers will trust in the people who access our software, the computers they're going to use. Not because software is certified in the US should be better than certified in China, for example. All those aspects should be gone from the assurance processes. Yes? And the other principle about protecting the assurance specifications, because they are technical specifications in practice, they are not just legal documents. They should focus more on how to protect the software during the whole evaluation process. That is not the case today. So, having in mind these two principles, assurance should not assume implicit trust and should focus more on protecting the asset. We have these challenges. We cannot trust evaluators. We have to protect the software. So the challenge for the project was, can we make a zero trust solution that allows evaluators, and the ones who check our code, that they can collect evidence about the security level of the software without looking at the source code. So that's what we have. And we have a prototype, we have a solution, and my colleague will tell you more.
So this time, when the evaluator asks the vendor to provide the software, the vendor would say no, but I'll suggest a new solution. So the evaluator and the vendor will meet in the middle at a confidential assurance environment. So this will allow the vendor to upload their software without concerns of leaking their intellectual property. And it will also allow the evaluator to evaluate the software without actually looking at the software. And this is actually done by the software analysis tools inside this environment. It will automatically analyze the software and generate a report, which can be used as assurance evidence to be reviewed by the evaluator. So such an environment is enabled by a technology called hardware-based confidential computing. The technology has been evolving since 2003 and has reached a maturity level that is suitable for our purpose. So in our solution, we have chosen Intel SGX version 2 as the confidential computing platform. So at the end of this year, our team has successfully implemented a prototype based on our solution. So the solution came as a service in the Azure cloud. It supports a number of software analysis tools. They are all like free open source software. So such as Code Checker, which is for static source code analysis, like dependency check for software bill of material generation. We have also successfully tested the prototype function by using free open source 4G, 5G software projects as targeted analysis. So we have got very good results. So when, let's see the prototype to work in action, in practice, it actually consists of two phases. So during the first phase, the evaluator and the vendor will agree upon the target to be evaluated and also the software analysis tools to be used. After this agreement, then the vendor will upload their software to this prototype using a secure mean, and then the analysis tools inside the prototype will analyze the software automatically and generate a report. And then the report will be provided to the evaluator for review. But actually, before the evaluator get access to the report, the developer also got a chance to check the report and to redact any field in the report that could potentially leak their intellectual property. So the redacted report is provided to the evaluator, and then the evaluator will make their assessment. But in case the evaluator think some redacted field, actually they're interested in that, they could go back to the evaluator to ask them to discuss to open these redacted fields. So there's such a possibility. So at the end of this process, everyone, both parties have reached, and everyone get what they want and satisfied. Thank you very much. This is our presentation, and you're very welcome to visit our demo outside, and we're also happy to answer any questions over there. Thank you.
Thank you both. So the last presentation at this session is about the methodological support for Swedish industry to meet vulnerability risks in the use of open source software. With Johan Linåker at RISE, the Hasmos project investigates how companies can get an overview, understand, and evaluate the health, quality, and security of the open source software that they are using, knowingly or not, or considering to take in. Please.
Cool, thanks. Yes, my name is Johan Linåker. I'm a senior researcher at RISE, and as just mentioned, I'm presenting the Vinnova-funded project Hasmos Health and Security Management for Open Source Software. So it's been running now for almost 1.5 years. It's a quite research-focused project, as mentioned, where the main goal here is to enable software-intensive organizations, and I'm referring just intentionally primarily to industry, but this is very relevant for public sector today as well, in enabling the evaluation of open source components in the intake process, but also getting an overview of what you're actually running in production. So to evaluate what risks are you taking and put that into contrast to what risks are you willing to take and how can you manage these risks. You can't mitigate them, but you can proactively go in and try to reduce them or make an appropriate sourcing decision. But to put some more context of open source, it's basically a type of a building brick that's used to build products, tools, infrastructure, both in companies, but also a society at large. Everything ties together, and we can find open source or this open source type of building block basically everywhere. But the question a lot of people, a lot of companies forget to ask, can we trust this piece here? They just take it for granted. They saw that Facebook is using it, so yeah, it must be safe. Or it's been around for 10 plus years, must be safe. Or seen some review of it in a appropriate form, must be safe. Well, continuing with Lego analogy, if you get this brick or a build from Lego, you can be assured that Lego has actually had a team that's quality assured a certain percentage of all the bricks. And if something goes wrong, so I bought my son a Lego Ninjago Dragon for Christmas, and it was missing 3 bricks. I sent them an online form, and I got the bricks home in a letter 1 week later. But what about the open source that you use? This is maintained by communities of individuals or organizations or everything in between. Things can happen, and this can really a lot of things can happen. So how should you look at this open source project, this brick? There's so many different angles and so many different types of experiences that goes into this. And the thing here, maybe you can look at one brick. So you might think that this is what you're using, but actually this is what you're using. If you really look behind it, the dependencies are large. They keep growing. Everything grows together. And reviewing, I mean, if this sounded manageable in some sense, what about this? So open source really is part of our digital infrastructure society at large. And just as with physical infrastructure, it needs maintenance in order to stay secure and robust. I know roads, bridges, they need maintenance, and we hopefully can trust our government to see to that the paving and that the pillars and everything on the bridges and everything we drive or the trains or the tracks that we take, they are secure. But for open source, again, this is maintained by communities and you're using it as is at your own risk. So you really need to consider how well maintained this is, how much can we trust it? And here comes the concept of open source health that we use, basically looking at an open source project's capability to stay viable and stay maintained over time, long term, without interruption or weakening. But how can you evaluate this? Just to break it down a bit, we can talk about an open source project's productivity. How active is the development? How active is the communication, the collaboration? The robustness. Is the development closed? Is it only one individual, one company running the show? Are they open to input from others? Are you able to come in and contribute your fixes? Or others? How are CVs managed? And the openness. Are you able to go in and steer the direction in a certain manner? Or maybe this was more the robustness, the more how concentrated is it to one individual or one organization? Because looking at an individual, he or she may be doing this in their spare time, and things change. Family situation. Differentiate or evolves, interests evolves. It may be that they don't have the time or the interest, or they're doing this as part of their work. And the company that they're working for, they pivot, they refactor, they throw it out, they don't care anymore. So how can we find these cracks or potential cracks before they appear? And if they appear, how can we fix them before they grow? So how can we avoid them, but also how can we proactively go in and try to address them? So this is the goal of the HASMOS project. So we want to consider the health of our project in the intake process before you take it in, but also looking at what you're using already. Because, again, things change. You maybe did an analysis when you took it in, but then 2 years down the road, you're still using it, but a lot of things could happen during those 2 years. So again, we want to enable a health analysis at the intake process, but also ongoingly. Both on maybe more lower level components, open source components, but also on the more acquisition level if you're considering of taking in more larger components or systems. Looking from the public sector perspective in public procurement, being able to evaluate open alternatives to proprietary alternatives. So this is the HASMOS project and our partners. So again, this is quite research intensive. So it's been mainly driven by RISE, but in close collaboration with the Brict, who's here today. Also we have a partner, Scania and Adelot, a consultancy. So the brick, for those who don't know, maybe Micro Focus is a better label. They recently acquired by Micro Focus. So they provide a tool to quantitatively look at the concept of health. So what we're trying to do is to see, okay, what of these different aspects of health can be quantified to enable a more quick overview of what you're looking at. So we want to both enable the more larger quantitative overview of what you're using, but also have a more qualitative analysis in an intake process. But also, say you have 30,000 open source components in production. You can't go in and look at each project in detail, so you need to have some kind of system in place that allows you to put out the red, orange flags, so you know where you should go in and look. So we want to provide support on both levels. And then we're working close with Scania, trying to adapt this as something implementable that can be operationalized in their context, and hopefully this can be a case to take off from when in looking or considering to take this into other contexts. So what we initially did was we looked through the scientific literature. We found 146 studies identifying 107 different characteristics or aspects of health. So this concept of health, 107 different ways in how you can look at it. That's quite a lot. Over 15 different themes. But in practice, so we interviewed 17 experts across the globe, different levels of experience, specifically on this concept of health, and also specifically within Scania as well, as this is a case where we're going into. So what we found here is that they validate a lot of what we find in literature. They put emphasis on some aspects, for example, the importance of checking your dependencies, seeing what's in there, and also highlighting this problematic sense that you can't go through this. We need automation, we need tooling to support it. Also, they emphasize the need to consider the type of project you're looking at. So a yellow brick can't be analyzed the same or as a blue brick, for example, or if they are of different sizes. So size and complexity, for example, you can't have the same expectations or consider health in the same way for a small, tiny JavaScript component that pushes the comma or the delimiter 2 steps to the right, compared to maybe Kubernetes or a large-scale open source project. Another aspect that affects is the strategic importance. Is this really important to you? Then it adds other requirements, or that you have higher requirements on what risks you're willing to take. Life cycle perspective, if it's stable, it's been around for 20 years, then maybe you have other expectations rather than a project that is in the growth phase. And also, who's running the show? Is it one individual, or is it a company that may pivot, change the license or whatever? So this is an ongoing study, and we're landing now trying to wrap the what do you call it, the sack, and come up with the more final framework that we will evaluate in more ongoing observations, both at Scania and potential other cases as well, and see what's reasonable, what's important, how can this be operationalized and not be just a high-level beauty cloud. That's just theoretical. Yeah, and that's basically the future work. Cool.
Thank you very much, Johan, and all. So this was the last presentation at this session, and now it's time to quite quickly move over to the auditorium, where Carl-Oskar Bolin, the Minister of Civil Defense, will hold a presentation in Swedish, nota bene, at 2:30. Welcome over to the auditorium. I would like to welcome Roger Holmberg at Ericsson and Mats Areblad, consultant at Saab AB, to please take the floor. They will talk about the SoftSense project, which aims to make sure that the user organization gets hold of the best possible data about any given free and open source software, FOSS, that is to be used in product development. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So my name is Roger Holmberg. I'm from Ericsson.
Mats Areblad, consultant at Saab, as heard.
We were here at last conference, 2021 in December, and we presented the SoftSense project at that time. We mostly talked about what we wanted to do, and today we are actually going to mostly talk about what we have achieved.
So something about the project target. As we've heard today, and as you all know, we use an increasing amount of open source software, both in the bought software and in our product development as such, both at Saab and in Ericsson, and generally in Sweden and all over. And this comes with risks. We always have risks, and this is maybe another set of risks connected to the open source software. And we have to ensure what we call KPL, koll på läget. We need an understanding on what we actually bring into our companies. All the information that is available, we want to know it because we want to take decisions based on facts as far as possible. And this is information both on the compliance side, the licenses and so on. It's on the security side, and not the least the reliance of the sources that we use. Roger used to say we need 100% quality metadata. That's why we develop SoftSense. And this counts for the whole process from the first intake of FOSS and over time until the products using the FOSS is terminated. We need to know the status of the FOSS that we use. We need to know any shifts in information about the FOSS that we use. So the project targets the ability to secure use of FOSS in product development.
And of course, when dealing with this, we realized already while we started off that we wanted to focus on security, make sure that we do not miss out on vulnerabilities, malware, anything in that area. But exactly what constitutes security aspects is quite broad. That means that I would argue it's not only the traditional security metadata that are in focus there, but that is one of the key reasons why we want to collect very, very much information about every single FOSS.
And in reality, the FOSS we use, they are updated frequently. I mean, they're developed under agile paradigms, and security patches has to be delivered swiftly and so on. And we have to respond to that. We have to be aware of those changes.
I don't know what it's like in your situations in your companies or your experience, but over in my company, our developers are really eager to move forward. They want to work in speed. We have 2,000 teams working on one single product, and we change 50% of our code base every single 12 months period of time. You can imagine how many lines of code we are dealing with. And the thing is, if we are going to continue to use open source software in a secure fashion in our company, the analysis, the decision, are we going to use this FOSS, yes or no, has to be really, really fast. How fast can it be? We don't know. We used to have maybe 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks delay in FOSS introduction. Of course, we want to talk about minutes and seconds instead. That's more fun. Okay.
So So what is SoftSense? What does it support in our product development? Let's talk about a software development process in a very rough way. We develop a product, we release a product, and we operate the product over time. And SoftSense is providing support in the 3PP handling support process. The first point I want to point out is the download of the FOSS, bringing the FOSS analysis into the software supply chain. Supply chain automation is a vital part of this, to bring this, the software inside on-prem securely, keeping the integrity of the information, ensuring the integrity of the FOSS that we bring into our companies. The second point is to create a basis for decision, to get the information we need to make a well-prepared decision to use the FOSS. And this is both for the product development and, of course, also an updated information when we deliver the product. And then we're talking about the SBOM, the information we hand over to the customers. The third point is to monitor this FOSS over the time in the operation process for those minutes, hours, years, or whatever, decades that the FOSS is used. To monitor any new vulnerabilities, any changes in the community, for example, the dying community. We want to be aware so we can take the measures. And the fourth point is to find trends and the unknown relationships in the mass of information that we gather over time when we do these FOSS intakes and FOSS analysis. We gather a lot of information. And that information, right treated, we can use for analytics, for AI, for machine learning, and so on, to fetch new knowledge about the FOSS and the FOSS development.
I want to emphasize a little bit on that note that Mats mentioned here. Oopsie daisy.
Vad är klockan? Yeah.
I don't know what time it is. So must have pressed a few more. Here we are. So I would like to emphasize a little bit, okay, what is the story with the data lake or the analytics here? So the first point is to really emphasize that we are dealing with two different flows here. One is that we are doing the FOSS introduction, collecting all the metadata about the FOSSes. Imagine you are collecting metadata down to file level as SoftSense is doing. Imagine we have approximately between 1,000, or in average 1,000 files per FOSS. So 1,000 files and 100 metadata per file. That rendering a whole lot of data points, and we have in my company approximately 100,000 FOSSes per year. So at the end of the day, we will collect a lot of data, and the funny thing is that we think that there is so much awareness and knowledge available in that data. So we are super eager now to go ahead and do this. We haven't introduced so many yet with SoftSense because SoftSense is brand new technology, but as soon as we have got enough, we will dig into the data and start to learn about how we can use FOSS in a more secure way. Okay.
So the project results, well, we're up and running with a basis for a solution anyway. It's a framework. Collecting and presenting the metadata from several sources as a basis for the 3PP decisions. That's up and running at Saab and Ericsson. The metadata collected is from a variety of aspects, and I mean that's a bit of the point of the framework. Different suppliers are good at different metadata information. They have different views on metadata, and what we can do is to bring all of that together. So high quality and completeness is a word. FOSS metadata is brought into to big data and the data lake, and we can apply data science on that, get that analytics. And we have the generic and independent storage format, which is important for us. We can exchange tools and data sources without changing the backbone of the supply chain.
And as a final note, if not moving too fast here, we have a potential for the future. Actually, we think there is a lot of potential, especially in maybe shaping and forming new metadata, having scorings in a completely new fashion that we have never seen before. And we also, the second note here on the slide is talking about the assessment of the various sources for metadata. And we know a lot about that now that we never could have figured out without this new technology. So SoftSense has been a real success so far, and we are super happy about what we have achieved in the project. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Roger and Mats. Yes, you already got a preview of the next presentation. It's time for Vad är klockan? A secure way to find out what time it is. With Christer Weinegel at NetNode. Welcome.
Thanks. So, how do I do this? Nope. So, hi everybody. My name is Christer Weinegel. I work for NetNode, and this is a project called Vad är klockan, which is Swedish for what time is it? And it's, as you said, it's a secure way to find out what time it is. So let's start with, so why is accurate time important? Well, many security critical protocols nowadays, they need time. Usually it's only within sort of a few minutes or hours. DNSSEC, which is used for secure domain name lookup. So when you ask for google.com, you get an IP address back, and that's DNS, and DNSSEC adds security to this. But DNSSEC needs time to within sort of a few minutes to really work well and be able to validate these. There's something called TLS, SSL, uses X509 certificates. And to validate a certificate, you need time. And TLS is then used by just about every protocol on the internet, which is security. So HTTPS, which is the basis for secure web, it uses TLS. If you want secure mail, SMTPS, IMAPS, POP3S, all of those use TLS. What's the risk then? Well, if you don't have accurate time, somebody might trick you into using old information. For example, if you have a TLS certificate from 5 years ago, that might have been issued with algorithms that are weak today. Algorithms that you, if you have $100,000, you can buy enough compute time on Amazon to crack the algorithms and then impersonate whoever that certificate belongs to. There's also always a risk of information leaking. The more time passes by, the bigger the risk is that sort of a backup tape, a hard drive, will end up in the wrong place, so that information you might have had might have leaked. By saying, well, this certificate isn't valid for longer than a year, you can minimize the sort of exposure from an information leak. And then, last but not least, the application itself might need time. For example, if you have a public building like this, or semi-public building, you might have a door controller which opens the door at 9 o'clock. And then you make sure that there are always people in the building at 9 o'clock. If you can trick that little computer controlling the door into opening the door at 7 o'clock in the morning, then you might have a bit of a problem. So how do you keep time? Well, if you have a computer that's running, that's no problem. If you just manage to set time somehow, it can keep track of. You have interrupts, 100 interrupts per second, so you just say that, well, every 100 interrupts you increase the seconds by 1, no problem. But then you have a device like this one, the one shown on the screen. It doesn't really have time. It doesn't have a battery, so it doesn't keep time when it's turned off. If you have a Raspberry Pi, and I guess most people have played around with those, Well, a Raspberry Pi doesn't come with a battery. If you want a battery to keep time when it's off, well, then you need to buy a small battery hat, and most people don't do that. There's also something called shipping mode, where even if you do have a battery, it's usually not turned on until the first time you power on the device. This is to save battery while it's on a shelf in a store or something like that. And then there's also something called the 10-year on the shelf problem. Basically, if you have a device which has a long lifespan, they might be sitting on a shelf in a store for 10 years. So when you take it off the shelf, well, everything is outdated in the device. And so even if you hard-code the certificates, for example, well, they might be old. So that's a bit of a problem that you want to solve. So how do you get time then? Well, there's good old NTP. This protocol is fairly old. It was the first incarnation, I think, is from 1984. And back then, everybody trusted everybody. There was something like 10 computers on the internet, all talking to each other. Everybody knew who ran the other computers. So NTP has no security. There have been attempts to add security. It didn't go that well. But 2 years ago, or 2 or 3 years ago, people started working on something called NTS, and NetNode have been involved in the development of this protocol. It adds security to NTS, or to NTP. So it's basically NTP with security extensions, but it also relies on TLS and also DNSSEC if you want secure name lookups, which is a bit of a problem, because TLSSEC and DNSSEC require time to work well. So you have a bit of a bootstrapping problem. The idea is that can you really lift yourself by your own bootstraps? So you have the chicken and egg problem. You need time to validate a certificate, and you need a certificate to validate that the time you get is secure, or to secure the time questions. Another small problem with TLS is that, well, once again, this small device, it's resource constrained. It doesn't have that much memory. It doesn't have that much flash. This device can run TLS, but you'll use up most of the memory in it for TLS and won't have space for your application. And that's not a trade-off many people are willing to do. There's another issue with using NTS, which is what do you do if the server you're talking to gets compromised? If somebody can get into that machine, if they can steal the certificates from that machine, or if it just breaks, the clock starts giving the wrong time. So we want a solution to this. So what are our goals then? We want something that can bootstrap time without relying too much on other protocols. So it shouldn't rely on already having time. It shouldn't really rely on a single server. And it should preferably work on small resource-constrained devices. And so what we set up for this project was to basically say, we want to create a small library which is portable to many platforms, Linux, FreeRTOS, Zephyr, whatever, Arduino. It should be easy to use, and quite important, easy to use correctly. Because, for example, I've been working quite a lot with OpenSSL, and OpenSSL has a few gotchas. There are mistakes that everybody make when they start using OpenSSL. So we'd like to avoid those kinds of errors. And we want to write something which has example code documentation. One possible solution for the sort of all the protocol things is a protocol called Roughtime. It's an IETF draft. It's written by Anjal Malhotra. I think she studied at MIT when she did this. And she started this a few years ago. And then other people have kept working on it. Yeah. So it uses certificates, but they're not X509 certificates. They're just similar. But it's basically public keys, private keys, using ED25519 as the algorithm. And the idea is basically a client asks multiple servers for time. And if you ask multiple servers, if a majority of them can agree on something, you have a consensus, well, the client says, I get enough answers that are the same, I'll trust this answer, I'll use it. That's the way to protect against a single server that is failing. And hopefully, this also solves the sort of 10 years on the shelf problem by saying, in 10 years, enough of the servers that you are talking to will still be running so that you can actually get something to work. And one idea is also, this is the list of servers is hard-coded in the firmware, so basically, when you upgrade the firmware, you get a new list, and you should be able to upgrade the firmware. All of these principles can be used with other protocols, but we chose Ruftime just because it's out there, people are working on it. What are our results then? Well, we have written a C and Python implementation of Ruftime, a client side. It runs on Linux, Arduino, ESP32. It's all available on GitHub if you wanted to start looking at it. I still have some fixes to make, but we're working on it and would like contributors. Documentation is available on ReaderDocs. NetNode has set up 2 Ruftime servers that we intend to keep running as long as people are interested in Ruftime. And there are also other Ruftime servers. For example, Marcus Dansari has been working on the protocol. He runs ruftime.sc, and we're actually using his implementation. Future adoption, please get involved. We want people to start using this. We'd like to make Ruftime a proper RFC, so it's a standard. Right now it's a draft, and the draft has made some incompatible changes. So we hope this will stabilize the coming year. We'd also like more Ruftime servers, more people, because NetNode are planning to run 8 servers. We want more people to get involved, have more servers out there. And then the people involved is me, Christopher Weinigel at NetNode. Please contact me if you have any questions. We also have Kalle Lindqvist and Filip Eriksson, 2 students at Lund University who's been working on this over the summer. That's all. Thank you very much. If anybody's interested, I do have a physical demo.
Thanks, Christer. So this next presentation is about the project Certifiable System on Chip for Safety Critical Industrial Applications with Jan Andersson at Cobham Geisler. So this project develops a platform with several processor cores where hardware guarantees that different software instances are isolated from each other. And the project also performs an evaluation according to common criteria of these hardware functions. So please.
Thank you. And I was introduced as being from Cobham Geisler. That was true on Monday this week. On Tuesday, our company name changed to Frontgrade Geisler. We have partnered in this project together with ATSEC and also with Chalmers University of Technology. The background for this project is that we identified that there was a security gap in systems. So typically, or in many systems, users would rely on software functions for cybersecurity. But if you look into the documentation for example, one particular operating system that has been certified according to certain standards, you find at the end that they claim that these security features and so on, we can only vouch for them if the hardware actually behaves as documented. And in many cases, that documentation may be flawed, it's insufficient, and there could be features that have security implications that aren't listed as cybersecurity features, but that simply lack documentation. The hardware documentation is too incomplete to be able to trust that hardware does what we assume it will do. Next to that observation, there's a trend in system-on-chip designs, and that is to increase the degree of integration and the compute power on chip. So the block diagrams you see here are different generations of microprocessors from my employer. We focus on the space industry. So we have then gone from a single core implementation up to a dual core implementation, and the latest generation is you have 4 processors on chip and a lot of communication controllers on the same die. With this integration, you get more cores, you get more parallel software threads, you get sharing of on-chip resources. So while you lower the system cost for this by reducing the number of components, you pay in that you have new safety and security issues. For example, you have side channels that appear when you put these different software functions on a chip. When you had them on separate chips, they were isolated. So within our project, we wanted to address these items. So what the project does is that we extend an existing hardware design, and we intend to provide the timing isolation between software instances. So then we try to solve this integration problem. Then we also want to bridge this gap so that software can trust hardware. So we do our evaluation of the hardware platform to try to ensure that it provides these security guarantees. The overall goals formulated for the project is to increase awareness of cybersecurity and also for the hardware design. I think that's a general trend in the industry. The Spectre and other problems that have appeared in hardware platforms or that have been exploited in hardware platforms has certainly helped to raise awareness. And also the goal is again to bridge the gap between certified software and certified hardware platforms. So in the project, we perform, or ATSEC performs, a common criteria security evaluation of the hardware platform. And the intent is then that you can combine this with common criteria certified software and have a complete system that is evaluated according to common criteria. And as far as we know, that would be a first when we talk about systems of this complexity. So we do the design of the hardware platform and the evaluation work. We also do the actual implementation, so we extend a hardware prototype within this project. We also formulated a goal that we will apply this to the products, next generation products from Frontgrade Geissler, which are basically the world-leading space-grade microprocessor that are available. Europe is the leader in that area. When it comes to updating the results slide compared to my previous presentation at the last Samverkan conference, this basically exchanges the will do to have done. So we established a security target for the platform, and we have performed an initial evaluation. This also came with feedback on the documentation, and ATSEC has, for example, reviewed the specifications for our RISC-V microprocessor, and have identified areas that, like certain items that may be implementation specific, and have identified that those need to be documented for a certain actual implementation because it matters for security. So that has been very useful in improving the documentation that was existing for the platform. We developed and extended an FPGA prototype design, so we can actually try this hardware, we can run software on it. And we've also performed some outreach. We did project presentations to end users, customers, and we also participated during a HighPeak 2022 workshop in Budapest. We had some scope creep in the project. So initially, we wanted to focus only on timing isolation as a cybersecurity feature. That turned out to be very difficult, so we have also looked into functional separation. And we are actually now also adding implementation of some control flow integrity features to the platform. When it comes to strategies to increase impact of this project, we will release this as an FPGA bitstream that you can download if you have a commercial FPGA board. And we also have a long-term strategy to release building blocks as hardware open source components. When it comes to desired collaboration, if you want to play with a RISC-V platform that has these characteristics, the timing isolation features and so on, please let us know, and we will provide you with access to our prototype platform. We're very interested overall to interact with end users on requirements on security evaluations of hardware, software vendors with common criteria certified or evaluated software products, and overall designers that may be interested in the hardware building blocks, both when it comes to a RISC-V microprocessor system or the network on chip infrastructure that comes from Chalmers. So thank you very much for listening, for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jan. Next up is the project Trustful, or Trustworthy Full Stack Computing with Mats Dam. Mats is professor with the Division of Theoretical Computer Science at KTH, the Royal Institute of Technology, and he leads the SSF-funded project Trustful.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so some words about the Trustful project. As you said, SSF funded project in the cybersecurity program. Trustworthy full stack computing. So yeah, I'm a professor in the TCS division. Actually, all of the partners in the project are from this division, pretty much anyhow. I just want to explain who's involved. There's Benoit and Martin, our French professors in software engineering. So there's software engineering guys working quite high on the stack. There is my colleague Roberto and myself. We are working low in the stack and interested in modeling low-level features of all sorts of shapes and sizes. There's Mozart, who's a programming languages guy. Programming languages, language-based security, if that term tells you anything. And there's Douglas, who's a cryptographer. So this is a mixed bag of people with a mixed bag of competences. And that is not an accident, because what we were curious about when we started this project was to take a more systems-oriented view than we normally do when we do disciplinary research in cybersecurity. When we look at one specific problem, one specific part of the stack, and try to solve that completely, we would like to understand, well, if we take an entire complex system, you know, where can we contribute? What are the techniques we can use, the various places? We are not kidding ourselves we're not trying to tell ourselves that we can solve end-to-end security, because that is too much. But we want to be heading in this project in this direction and see, you know, what are the security concerns when we look at a real complex system, and what can we do about it, right? And this is our demonstrator now, which we are 5 years now into pretty much 5 years into the project. So this is the demonstrator we built up. And it's an e-voting system. You may like e-voting or not and think that's the way to go. It doesn't really matter. For our purposes, it's just a complex system. It's a distributed system that does all sorts of stuff. Much of it is crypto. Much of it is of a standard distributed system nature, right? And so that's our demonstrator here. And that demonstrator is built upon earlier work, SSF funded by Douglas, who was our cryptographer, who built up a mixed net solution, which is really a reference, I would say, a reference implementation of an e-voting backend. Okay, what a mixed net does is basically shuffle votes. Okay, so it receives votes here, and it shuffles them, and hopefully out comes a tally, which is a shuffled set of votes. They're shuffled so you can't bind a vote that you see in the tally to a vote sent by some vote collection server. Okay. This part is still being developed as part of the project, but it originates from an earlier SSF-funded project. And this has been used in hard elections, many different places in Norway and Estonia. In fact, it's going to be used in national elections in Estonia and in Norway. And it's a strong inspiration for e-voting experiments on a national basis in Spain. So this is a high-quality reference subsystem of our demonstrator. I just want to point that out. That doesn't mean that there are no security concerns in it. Of course, there are as we saw in the last session, there is ample opportunity, of course, to introduce side channels and things like that. And that's part of the stuff that we're interested in looking at. So what else is going on in a system like this? Well, there's a voter. They, of course, need to talk to the system and submit some votes. And how does it do that? Well, it needs some user interface, which is it gets from some sort of content delivery service. And that had better be right and secure, otherwise we're in big trouble. So part of this story, we have some relation to build systems and things like that, you know, to make sure that all this works correctly. Of course, it's also the case that a voter needs to authenticate herself, otherwise, obviously, we're in big trouble. And eventually a voter will submit a vote. At this point, it is, well, certainly in our system, trivial to bind the voter to her vote, which is something we don't want to happen. So here's the real security critical part of this. Well, I mean, all of it, of course, is security concern. But here is certainly a very critical element here, because this is the one that receives the known votes and needs to do something with it to send it off here for mixing, right? And then, of course, we need some admin stuff. So there's security concerns all over the place in this system, as you know. This sort of goes without saying, right? From the top and down. Here's software engineering related concerns. We're executing JavaScript. This had better be, I mean, there's a whole ocean of security problems in securely executing JavaScript, and you heard about some of these things early on. Right, we need to invoke remote services. That opens a can of worms, of course. And the vote collection server here. Oh, I only have 3 minutes left. Okay, that time passes quickly. So I'll cut myself short. Security problems all over the place, from hardware, secure processors, random number generation, up to the entire software stack. So this you already know, of course. And in the project, we're trying to address all sorts of places in a system like this and demonstrate some of them in a concrete demonstrator system. That's basically what we are doing. So we're working with formal verification of hardware design, RISC-V processors, for instance. At the lowest level we're working on, we are interested in analyzing side channels and modeling side channels. That, for instance, we had the Spectre and Meltdown disaster while doing this project, so this has influenced our work a lot. And up the stack, you know, we get all sorts of problems here. This is a very small screen, actually. You can probably not read it at all. But I just want to show some quick highlights then in my 2 minutes I have left, as to give some examples of things we've done in the past year or so. Like we've worked on diversification of JavaScript execution as a technique that helps us secure JavaScript and WebAssembly execution. We've done some very interesting experiments on using neural networks to generate, to automatically fix security vulnerabilities in C code. Very ambitious, but we have some success. We've worked on modeling P4. P4 is a software-defined networking language, so we've worked on giving formal semantics to P4, so we can actually execute P4 programs in a predictable way. We've worked on various enclave models and compared those. We've worked on developing the basic cryptographic security of the MixNet model. We've worked on prototype pollution in JavaScript, and got some very interesting results in this that were published in Usenix this year. We've worked on various ways of validating models that we use in our theorem prover of processes. There's no, when we want to analyze side channels against a formal model, a basic question is this formal model actually correct? Does that reflect the side channels we're after? So we've done some work on testing in order to find out the answer to this question. This is actually a very interesting question and highly topical. And we've got some good results on that. And we have a PhD student, Jonas Haglund, who's defending later this spring, who's done a very comprehensive work on analyzing USB peripherals, USB and network interface controllers, in order to find commonalities, general reusable architectures for that can be extracted from these. Actually, he looked at 24, I think, different controllers in order to extract models that would be reusable and able to be reliably used in a formal analysis. So, yeah, that is a snapshot of the Trustful project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mats. Thanks a lot. So the last presentation for today is about CERSES 2, the Center for Resilient Critical Infrastructures, with Henrik Sandberg at the Royal Institute of Technology. So CERSES 2 addresses security problems in industrial control and SCADA systems. Please.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so I'm at KTH with the Decision and Control Systems division. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the background. So this is our response. There was a call in 2013 from MSB. And you can read here, this is from a quote from the call text. It's in Swedish, unfortunately, only. It says that they want to look into the information security of industrial information and control systems. And they list some of the problems that are very common in those type of systems. For instance, it mentioned here that even if there are known IT flaws, vulnerabilities in the system, systems keep running for a long time because it's simply hard to upgrade IT in these critical infrastructures that we will see some more examples of. So that is kind of the background. So we were a team at KTH that put together a proposal, and we were successful, and we formed CERSES, which ran 2015 to 2020. And we got the opportunity to extend it for a few more years, and we were a lot of good ideas, so we named it CERSES 2, and so we're up in that second phase right now. And so far, here are some of the people involved and what we have generated so far. We have Mats Dam, who you just heard, who is leading one of the teams. He is a professor in teleinformatics. We have Ragnar Tubaben, who is associate professor in communication theory. We have George Dan over here, professor in teletraffic theory, and myself, and I'm a professor in automatic control. And up until now, we have 6 PhD students have graduated, and I say 3 of them are at Ericsson Research now, 1 is at Scania, and 2 are still at KTH as postdocs. And we've had 4 postdocs through the project, and 1 is an associate professor in Eindhoven, and 1 is in Ankara. So I think we've had quite a good throughput of people in this project so far, and we still have some time to go. So, what are we talking about? This is a typical figure you see on the IT infrastructure you have in a critical infrastructure. It's a layered infrastructure, so the physics is here, the physical infrastructure. So what we're talking about is, for instance, the power grid, the national power grid. It could be a water distribution system, it could be a gas distribution, things like this. And we have control stations, RTUs or PLCs, that locally measure and actuate on the infrastructure, controlling pressures or voltage levels, for instance. These communicate now with operators in a control center over a control network, so this is a SCADA system. And that control center may also be connected to the corporate workplace. Hopefully there's lots of security in place, but unfortunately, often it's not. There's often a lot of old equipment running here that is not so easy to maintain. So there's actually plenty of opportunities for attacks, and these phases here indicate possible attack places in these infrastructures. And given our backgrounds in the project, we cover sort of different areas. So Mats is looking into embedded software platforms, so he's actually down here at the PLC level. Ragnar is more on the wireless side, so he's looking into wireless links that could be either here or here. And George is more looking into the communication infrastructure and how we can route and control the systems securely, so more in the control network. And I'm more in the control, looking into control infrastructure. So I'm more here on these loops or also control loops over here. So that's roughly where we are. So the research goals, as we wrote in the application, is to explore new and emerging research results and their possible adoption in critical infrastructure and SCADA domain. So area 1 is looking into highly trustworthy execution platforms using validation and verification tools, formal verification. We have in wireless, we're looking into physical layer intrusion detection, both in practice and in theory. If you go to the poster I have out here, there is an example of how we've done a practical implementation of this. And then we have area 3, which is more about secure communication and computation infrastructure, virtualized control systems, time synchronization. And finally, area 4, where I work, it's more about resilient control algorithms and cyber-physical anomaly detection and risk assessment. I was going to give you one snapshot of our result. We have developed a virtual test bed in the project. It was written in C#, and it runs on standard IP networks, so you can basically implement it on laptops, or you can we also run it in the FOE crates. So basically, you deploy different. It's a way to try to emulate these control infrastructures. So you have different threads that simulate a human-machine interface. There are a loop stimulating a supervisory control network, one for the field communication network, there's controller loops, and there's also a physical process. So it can be both, actually, you can connect it actually to a real physical test bed if you have one, or you can also do a simulation. The idea with this infrastructure is basically it's a way to, in real time, trying to simulate an attack, for instance, in the field communication networks, if you have a denial of service attack or a spoofing attack of data, how will that play out in the physical process? And how would that be seen from the controller side? And it's available on GitHub if you're interested in that code, but I'll show you a little bit how it looks like. This is, for instance, the human-machine interface that you can see. Here's the control of a water tank level, and here is you can set control parameters, and you can display different anomaly. This is one particular anomaly detection scheme that is being deployed. It's a so-called QSUM test, and in fact, this is during a denial of service attack, where you can see that the alarm metric is going up here. So this is how the operator would see a denial of service attack. Here is the controller module. It implements certain types of control strategies. Here is the classical one, the PID control. which is the school book form. So if you've taken any control class, this is probably the controller you saw first. The problem with this one, it's a continuous time formula. So if you want to implement this in a discrete, time-discrete system, you need to discretize it. And you can do that in many different ways. So you can do a simple time-triggered version. You can do a so-called PID+, which is done by Emerson. And we also developed our own implementation. So basically, it's a discretization rule. So you can, for instance, compare now these different implementations. So here you can see a test of these three. So basically, this is now the physical data of a system that is being denial of service attacked at time 5. So the system, the blue curves here are basically the process value, some physical water level. The red is basically the voltage applied to a pump. And everything is working fine until time 5. So basically, you're controlling the water level according to some reference. And then a denial of service attack sets in at 5. And you can see here that the naive implementation is very bad. It's very sensitive to the denial of service attack. It starts to oscillate heavily. Whereas if you do a smarter implementation, you can actually sustain quite good performance also in the presence of such attacks. So that's just one example what you can use these testbed for, basically to see what happens and also how the operators would. So for instance, in a context of a risk assessment or vulnerability assessment, I think this would be useful. Again, here are the people involved. Mats, who you saw, and George sitting over there, and Ragnar, you have to email if you want to talk to him, and I'm also here as well. So I'm happy also to take questions. The poster is out there, and there's more snapshots of our work there. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Henrik. So this was the last presentation of today, and I hope you've had a fruitful day with interesting overviews and meetings. And the meetings will continue after the mingle, at the mingle, and we will move to that now in the exhibition area. And there you will be served wine, beer, alcohol-free alternatives, canapes, finger food, and such. So thanks a lot for today, and see you at the mingle.